Hi, let's get started. We're going to be making a really cute little 6x8 mini album, but it is going to be packed. And I'm going to be using the new Autumn. So just to briefly show you a few of the sheets. This is by CartaBella, and it is in the store. And I've also gone ahead and chosen some of the coordinating papers that actually come from Authentique, from the Spectrum line, so that we could really extend our designer paper. This is just adorable. So to get started, let me get a hold of that sticker sheet. I've gone ahead and cut my pages, and I have put 4 of them together, so you will need 5. So you're going to need 5 9x6" pieces and 5 6x8" pieces. So like I said, I've already cut mine. These are going to have a side pocket, and this will hook onto our hinge over here. And since there will be a tag on these, I'm not going to be sealing down the openings. So I'm going to cut the corners off. And again, I will be, for this tutorial, using my art glue. It is called art glitter glue. It is actually, just a glue. That tip cleaned off. And so far, it's working fantastic. Still using my score tape, of course, for my covers. So I'm sorry I don't have this album to show you in advance, but I decided I've got this idea in my head, and since I don't write it down, I thought I'd just better do a tutorial as we go. That way I won't have to go back and forget exactly how I had made things. And I didn't cut the one end because that end is going on our hinge, so I'm not really worried about that. And we're just going to put these together. And remember, if you have to cut down your top piece a little bit to fit, whoa, because you want it to match side to side. And this glue does dry quickly. Trying to clean that up a little bit. I want to make sure it's all down. And I am using the CartaBella craft cardstock because I love it. It's not that harsh orange. Make sure our edges are clean. And you will need to create 5 of the 6x8 pages. This is one of those moments when we started early. I've already goofed, so let's just hope this is the last one. I put my stuff down and it was recording, so let me show you what I did. So this cute little flap here was made with one 12x12" piece of paper. I cut it to the 8 and then just took a hair off in order that it would fit perfectly. Then I took my 8" by 12" paper and cut it into 3 pieces of 4. So these are 4x8. You'll need 3 of those. Just 4x8. Then I showed, but again, I cut off. I took another piece of just the leftover and I cut it 2 inches by 7. The reason I cut it longer is I wasn't sure when I first put it down how far into this. So if you want to use a belly band, I wanted to show you this is an option. You can use your belly band and magnet. Make sure it's at least 2 inches in, and then you can trim it to where you want before you put it down. Then you'll just add your adhesive, center it, and you put it down with your magnets. It'll hold your flaps. But as I was showing on the camera and looked up and realized I did not hit record, I put a magnet on this inside flap and it will hold down all three with the back one here. Again, make sure you leave room for your pattern paper. And I had mentioned in the other one that I would be matting the page so that we'd have the matting done as we're going along, and then we would go back and decorate it so that it wouldn't, it's not going to take 4 hours, hopefully. So what I'm doing now is I am cutting my page. I'll show you. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I want to use this, but I want it to have that cascading look. So I'm going to use this sheet all in here on these four. What I'm going to do is I'm going to cut from here to there. I'm going to cut it my 7 7/8 of an inch because I like that border. And then I'm going to cut this into 3 equal parts of 4. And I'll show you, right, let me just cut it down. So we've got 1, 2, and I'll cut the last one, 3. And for my base page, that's where, oh, this one's so wide. Oh, I know why. It's supposed to be 3. Sorry, I did this wrong. Let me fix that. These were 4, so now I need to cut it down. So when we're only working with the 3.5. 2 and 3.5. Okay. So it's going to look like the road traveled home. Is the look that I was going for on those flaps. And you can also, you can trade it up if you'd like. Oh, I think I do like that with welcome. Then the house. Isn't this the cutest paper? And then this is where the coordinating colors will come in using the spectrum line by Authentique. And we can add it underneath. So we're not cutting another whole sheet. And the thing is, the colors just go fantastic. So now I know my page underneath is the 6x8. I'm going to go ahead and cut that. And let me show you the one I've chosen, the orange spectrum. You can use either side. So it gives you kind of a double look, and we didn't need it the full 6 because that took up that space there. It's 5. So you can see the struggle is real, and why I'm not that great at writing them down. I just do it as I go. There we go. And then you can decide what do you like, you know, on your spectrum. I definitely think the bolder orange really does it. So I'll be using the Distress ink in Vintage Photo. And it's actually time for a new sponge. I think the other one has finally had it. We'll get rid of those white edges. I love the CartaBella texture paper, and I just love the Authentique's texture paper. You can see it's just not flimsy at all. And that's another plus when you're using the glue, the art glue. It does not seep through the textured paper at all. And I think this is going to be a really fun fall album. Not just for fall, but it's going to do great for your Halloween, not Halloween, Thanksgiving. There we go. And it's also going to, it'll make adorable projects. This is just really a cute paper. Now, I won't go ahead, I won't mat the insides, excuse me, of the pages on camera since it's quite simple. And I'm just going to be using, again, probably just all orange, the Spectrum paper. And down that goes. I need to get that ink off my finger though. There's a little bit of the hand sanitizer before I end up getting it on the paper. And that other one, other ink sponge. Now, even with this thicker paper, the magnet, because it's a large one, will still work. So the first one that's going to go down is the pumpkin pumpkin filled. Isn't that cute too? The back of the paper. So hard to decide which side to use. And I have the 6x6 pads in this. So that's what I'll be using on my mats and tags and little photo mats. Now, I mentioned I will be filling this in, but I do this after I'm done matting everything, so I can just use my scraps. Or, let's see, we actually have this, oh, we have this top piece that'd be really cute. We'll use the sunflowers. So when I cut mine off, see, I left the sky. So it wasn't, you know, I wasn't too sad because that's just the top. I just didn't want to lose any of this scenery. And then the house. And this is really so cute. You may not even want to put pictures over it. Just put pictures on the back of each page. And that's why I'll just go with the plain color for the inside. And if you notice when I do the glue, I kind of hesitate for just a minute. Give it a few minutes there to dry so I don't squish too much of it out. And our third one. Now I'm going to go ahead, and this definitely will call for some cute little knob or a pumpkin button to put right there. A lot of fun to work with this paper. I can see it just from our first page. So I'm going to take this one and I'm going to cut it down to the size of my page. Not my designer paper, but basically of the page, just a hair shorter. So it pretty much goes from top to bottom. And then using my smaller cutter, I'm going to cut it at about probably, is that 3/8, not quite half. Pull it back. You want your page to turn. We just need two of those. Better not put that there with the keyboard. And then it's up to you on this. Sometimes I do, sometimes I don't do my edges on these little guys. Then we'll put those sunflowers right down. Push down to really get that glue spread. You might hear a funny noise. I just looked up. I saw, I think my horse is snorting for some reason. And I have the window open, so you might hear that. So I'm not really going heavy. Just enough to get rid of some of the white. And I want my sunflowers to both go the same direction. To get that end. And then I think I will fill these in with the same orange to kind of keep that look. It reminds me of, you know, you see the mirrors. Isn't that cute? So there's our first page. Now on the back, this is one of the cute little elements that Brenda had done. So you're going to need a piece of your cardstock. And let me see what I have. This will do it. This will do it. You may have a piece like this already. And let me show you what I'm going to do. Because I don't want to take it and make a whole square. So this will depend just basically on you and what you're used to, how you're used to cutting them. I'm going to cut this in a triangle. For me, I'm just going to draw it from the corner up, and then from the corner up. We're going to bag that. We're just going to make it easy on camera. Never mind. We're going to take this one and cut a 5x5 square. No sense in putting you through that. Sorry. That's why I told you. Yeah, I just do it as I go. So just like we're going to make a corner pocket with our 5x5 inch square, we're going to line it up with this tip down here, and you want this tip in the middle of your little cutter. And then I just kind of hold it and move it, keeping them both there to get our triangle. Now we have two. You just need to move this keyboard. And then you'll just need to mark where you need to cut off those corners. I'm going to do mine on the big cutter. I'm going to straighten this edge up. For some reason I went off at an angle. And if you have any marks with the pencil, just erase them. So what she did is a little stopper at the bottom like that. And it was just adorable on her Halloween album. And we do want to cover this with paper. So you can either do it before or we can do it after. But let me grab the paper I'm going to use. And one thing when you're using papers like this, where it's like, you just don't want to cut it, but you have to. Instead of cutting it off, I'm going to put this in the center, and you may already know. So I'm just going to lay it on top and mark it. And I will have waste here, but I am going to cut it across the bottom, which will save me the WXYZ. So I'm going to cut that off first at my length. And your page is 8 inches. And then I'll cut those sides. Now what I did is on the second cut, I cut it at the 1/8 of an inch shorter. And so it made it perfect. So you'll just cut your mark, then cut this one your 1/8 of an inch shorter, 1/8 of an inch shorter there, and then you'll have the bottom here that you can use. Now you'll have this piece, the BWXYZ, that we can use later. It'll be just really cute. And then we'll keep these because it has a really cute back to it. But we're going to need to cut a piece of pattern paper that's going to cover this little triangle. And to be honest with you, you could go ahead and cut into your BWXYZ if you wanted. That to go on the top and keep your numbers going. I'm not going to. I just want to cut the orange. I want to keep the orange stripe on the outside of mine. So I'm just going to put mine here because I know I have to cut the top off. Oops. And then just draw it. And we will cut it. That aside. Now we're going to, I'm actually going to cut up. And the same here, just cut, because we know we need that squared off. We have our line, and then we have this line. And I may need to trim mine down just a hair, or I may have to redo the whole thing, because what did I do? I actually cut mine too short on one end. Don't ask me how. So let me fix that. Go ahead and get yours cut, and then we'll put everything together. Okay, we're all fixed. Got it all trimmed. Sometimes I just have to come off camera and pay attention to what I'm doing and not talk and recut. So I got it cut correctly this time. And I've chosen, instead of the striped side, this side. It's a little more subtle and it matches really well with the alphabet. It's definitely time to ream this pad. So this is going to be a fun little stopper for a mat to go underneath. And I let it sit. Just remember, you have to work a little bit fast with that glue. And then we're going to put our page down. I love how bright and just vibrant these colors are. Hold there in the center. And make sure I'm putting it on the right page. Thought that didn't feel heavy enough. Around that edge. Make sure it's secure. Now on this bottom piece, I am going to add score tape. I'm just going to use my 1/8 and I'm going to use glue with it. Just a little extra holding power on the bottom. So I only need it on the bottom, and then I'll put my adhesive across that. The score tape. I think they really did a good job, the designer at CartaBella, with this line. It's really cute. Okay, and there you can put, now we'll be able to put a mat there. Kind of sad to cover that up actually, but that's a nice size mat that'll fit there. And yet you can still add pictures if you like. And there we have your page 1. So let's move on to page 2. Okay, for the front of the next page, I'm going to use the sticker sheet, and I actually took off the welcome and the pumpkins from the bottom. And now I'm just going to lay the pumpkins here. These are going to go on the belly band as a decorative piece. And then this is where I've decided I'm going to use that other half, the WXYZ. We're going to tie the 2 pages together. So you'll just need a piece of cardstock after I put those 2 stickers together. Let's go ahead and put these down because we do want to strengthen it. And you can cut this with a border or without a border. And I'm not going to leave a border with mine. I'm just going to clip it close. So we're going to get this all ready before we make our belly band. And this is a great way to use your stickers, but without them looking like a sticker that you just put down, because this is going to strengthen it. And of course you have to get rid of the stickiness. And then I'm going to put a pop dot, a piece of foam tape on the back to give it a little dimension. But when you're doing this, unless you're super good at fussy cutting, I'd pick the pieces that are a little more bulky, not so hard to cut around. And this is pretty easy. Okay. Now I have more of a dimension and a little bit of a layered look of a sticker instead of just a sticker. And I'm just cleaning up these edges. And I will go around the edge, because that helps to also hide any of your imperfections in cutting. Especially if any of the paper you just didn't get any closer than, then you couldn't get any closer than that. So let's go ahead and I think another thing, let me cut this in half. I also decided I don't want to completely cover that up, so it's going to have a little bit smaller photo mat in it like Brenda's did. And I think we might go ahead and go with, let me grab this, the leaves. There it is. Whoops, my paper's flying. These leaves pretty much match, the design here. So I need to cut this in half. Then I'll still have my other half. And then you'll need the belly band piece that needs to be 9 inches long. And mine is 1 7/8 wide. Move that to the side. And let's go ahead and score this at half and half, half on each end. Belly bands are really easy to make. They can go either direction that you like. And again, we can put it down first or we can put it down after. So this is actually a little bit easier than trying to slide that paper in there. But I still want to go ahead and ink my edges. Check something here. It looks off to me. No, sometimes when I'm looking at those leaves to the side or polka dots, I think things aren't cut straight. So what I'm going to do, just put glue on the top one and not let it catch my paper. There we go. And you can use your markings to center it or just center it with your eyes. pretty too. Okay. And then after I put my pattern paper there, then I'll put this so that it hangs somewhat over the page. So on this one, page 2, with the extra weight, I think I'll go across the top here with my score tape. And what I'm actually doing is trying to see how much score tape I can save when making my albums, because I do use a lot. And by combining the two, I think that's been helping a lot. Because this glue goes really far. It comes out extremely fine, and you're not using very much at all. I've already done 3.5 albums with one thing of glue, and I'll tell you, I used about half of my score tape that I usually use. So I was very pleased. And if you make a lot of albums, that's important. Okay, so while the camera was off, and I know I need to quit doing that, this was just from the stickers. So I added this here, and I'll show you later with my little punch. I will be doing the little bow. I've done it in other tutorials. These were those 2 extra sheets. And they are only about 3¼ by 7. So you could get 3x5s, and you can get some wallets on here. So these are going to be, and they will be matted, and they will be added into here. And then I might put another bigger mat behind them. But I do want to use these because they just go really well with the page. So I'm going to set those aside, and we've got our belly band on. And so I went ahead and cut this piece. Now, of course, I'm having some issues. I was going to use the other side, and then when I turned it around, you know how you turn around, all of a sudden it's like, that's great, because it goes to the EF, and the L is just a little cut off, but there's the O and the P. So I thought that really brings the page together nicely. And so I'm going to use this side instead of that side. I'm just going to get these edges inked. Okay, and we'll put this down. Let me grab my glue. Just reopen it here. Everything's falling at once. There we go. Now, I'm going to clean this up, and because this is one that I had marked, it was the side. Almost knocked the water over again. I do have that pencil mark there. And it's weird, it's inside of that leaf, so it almost looks like it's a mark, and part of it was, part of it wasn't. Okay, so then we have this one. Excuse me. And I want to just grab my tape here. Now keeping it closer over to this edge, because I do want some of this to hang over, but we want dimension there. And if you're like me, you just don't totally trust the adhesive. I'm sure it's strong, but now that's going to really ensure that it's strong. And then back behind we'll have our mats. So we'll even, that looks really cool. FA, did we just like plan that perfect or what? And hinges over here. So again, it's up to you if you don't want it to fall out. We could actually take one of these, probably go with the orange. Oh, no, yeah, orange. This will help keep things from falling out. Let's go ahead and let me grab my smaller scissors. Sorry, don't mean to get so quiet, but I am just going to leave the hole covered because I will be covering that probably with a little stone or just something. And all this will need is a little bit of glue here. Make sure nothing's in the way. Keeping it on the paper. Now you'll have a little stopper and your tags won't fall. Now we have our back side. So we need to grab another sheet of our cardstock. Okay, we're going to give this a try. I have an idea, so I'm hoping this works. For our first piece, you're going to cut 5.5 by 6. Now, like again, when I cut my 6s, I mean I trim just a hair off. And then you're going to want a 3.5 by 6 or by 7. So 7 by 3.5. Do this again. The first one was 6 by 5.5. Then 3.5 by 7. And then I cut a 5 by 6. Remember, the 6-inch pieces we want to cut just a hair shorter. 7-inch piece, just normal. So what we're going to do is we're going to start with our 5.5-inch piece, or our 5-inch piece, and score it 1/2. Then for our 3.5-inch piece, now we're going to want a little bigger of a pocket. So I'm going to score my 3 1/2-inchers. I want a little bit more room. Then on my last piece, my 6 by 5.5, so here on the 5.5 edge, we're going to score it 1/2. And we're going to do this piece last that we just scored because we may have to alter it out just a hair. A thing pinched. So I'm going to start with my pocket. And I'm going to start with that one first because I want to check something. So this is the 5 by 6. And my pocket's going to sit on top. And so I'm wanting to make sure from side to side it's correct. And it is. Now, because I'm not going to use glue. I'm going to use my score tape, 3/8 of an inch. Oh, I just ran out. I'll be right back. Okay, now I can continue here. Let's go ahead and miter those top corners. Then we're going to do the same with this bottom. Just come up and turn it. Turn. Oh, I lost my favorite fingernail today. It was my score tape fingernail, so I can't get a hold of it. It was just time for it to break off. So I'm just going to release those two edges because this is smaller. Get that down first. Then I can release that side. Shoot. Oh, I'm not happy the way I put it on here, but we will get that straightened out. It's just right there at that top. Okay, I am going to make another one. I shall return. Okay, we're all fixed. Let's see, I'm going to take these out while I'm working on it, set those aside. So this first one with our pocket is going to go down first. So when you do mat your page, you will just mat the top and then you'll mat this bottom part separate. I'm not going to mat this whole thing because I actually want to use a different paper underneath. Now if you, and I want to cover this. Whoops, let me close my window. My husband decided to mow the yard. Sorry. Hold on. And I have to tell you, it's almost 9 o'clock at night, but I know that it's still pretty light outside. I guess because it's so cool. And just because I'm recording, it's okay. Kind of funny, actually. Just get this. And I don't know about, well, I'm sure in other states you have your own state holiday. This weekend it's our state holiday, the 24th of July, and it's kind of irritating because all the pyromaniacs are out. And they have all that love with the fireworks. And when you have horses and dry hay, it's really not your favorite when they're shooting them off in the air. But that's freedom. It's okay. I just had my little rant. I'm just straightening this up here. Now I will want a magnet to hold this down because, and to be honest with you, I probably, let me show you, you probably don't need one because of the weight of this extra pocket. Unless you start putting things in, and then it might start pooching up. So now you can see how that will lift up. And I'm going to put a piece over it because I don't really have that slack to move it from side to side. So we'll have the flip up. There's going to be a small pocket. And this piece, let me see, not really there. Now this is where I told you I may, it's up to you. First of all, I need to shorten the edge a little bit more. I don't like any hangover on that edge. I don't know if you can see that. I have a little bit of the sometimes that happens with your paper. Just a fiber that broke. Now my whole idea here was that I want this to close, but I want to be able to put a tag in there to keep it closed. So I wasn't sure how close I would come to this pocket, and I can see it's just not even an eighth of an inch. So I am going to trim that off because I just want it up perfect, about a quarter of an inch, so that when I have a tag in that pocket, it's going to hold it shut when you take it out. So we won't even need a magnet here. So let's go ahead and miter the corners, which I'm just going to do over here over the garbage can. That way they'll look a lot nicer under the paper. A little too much there. Turn this upside down. I have a really good view. Now, as you can see, it looks like a way more complex page than what we just built, but you see how easy that is? And then we can put more tags. You could even put, you know, long ones. You can put more than one, make some really cute ones that will go in there and keep that closed. This is actually our tag for over here. So we'll be making more. And yeah, I like that. I had debated about putting a few more flaps, but I think we'll be okay there. And let's see, I'm going to grab my matting. And I want to use one that basically I think this will be cute because we've got that, and look how cute the green checks are. My goal here is where it's 6 inches. See, I'll cut this in half at 6. And then we're going to have both sides. Plus, we're going to have that 4-inch piece that's going to be able to go along the bottom. So let me get this cut. And you can do this a couple of different ways. First of all, inside here, I think I'll go with one of the solid colors. And on the outside, and of course the back of my flaps, I like to use something a little more plainer for writing on. So I'm going to go ahead and cut. This is 4 3/4, of course, by the 6. So let me cut that one first. No, 6 inches wide. And then my 4 3/4. Now I cut it a little bit longer just to check. So I wanted to get the main words there. Love it. It looks like I may be able to use all of it. So let's just go ahead and keep our words going. So we knew that this pocket, we did it at 3 1/2, so it should come out at 3. Now when you are cutting, make sure you may have to put it in the cutter different angles. than you're used to, because you want to make sure you're getting the words you want, so I didn't accidentally cut off the wrong end. So it looks like it continues down, and even though we have a break there, now on the inside, let's see, it's not this inside that's going to show, it's this, basically this inside piece. So I'm going to cut now off of this one, so long walk still shows. Looks like I'm going to go about 3. And just a hair bit more off for my pocket. I like to just take another little sliver off because it will slide in a lot simpler. There we go. Now the whole thing is, I wanted it to look like there was still words going underneath, and it does. So that really turned out really good the first time. And then for here, I have another whole 6-inch piece. So let's break that up, and let's go ahead. This measures just a little short of 3.5. Oh, by 6. Gotta cut that a little bit more. So out of one sheet, then we were able, and I'm actually going to be able to now put the green up there instead of a plain, so I can keep this kind of all of the same. I could even go with the words, but I want to go with the check. Okay. And then we have room for a small pocket right there. Then I have some tags that can go inside here. So this really, I'm really happy how this one came together. And I'm going to put these down, and we're going to go ahead and make a small pocket now, which you have plenty of scraps, or should have. And I'm talking just a small pocket. That might be even too much. Let me bring it down to 2 inches. Okay, so I cut this down to 2 by 6, and then we'll be able to put some small ones in there. And then we'll put the words, and that will also break this up. So we have that one piece left. So I'm going to go ahead and start with the inking. Oh yeah, we have the inside of here. Completely forgot. So that's, I think, where we'll go with the orange. Let me see. Or maybe that piece of words will fit along with the orange. What's really neat, if you look at the paper, the way it looks like there's, like it's a canvas, because of the way they've done the dyeing or their printing. It looks like a true canvas back there with that texture. It's hard to see on the screen, but it basically looks like a canvas. I love it. So this one's going to go inside our pocket. Don't need to do the bottom. I was thinking I wanted, oh no, that'd be way too much. Let's just go with the words. We'll stick with that. And I just dread putting my pockets on, or lining my pockets on film, because I always, oh, Never mind, this one just went in so smooth. This page was meant to be. Have you ever had those pages that just come together really simple? Except for I had a little pocket problem with it. To make sure my edges are down. Put that little guy inside. My top piece. And anytime you do have a piece that you've accidentally cut too short because you didn't pay attention to the marking on your printer cutter, that's when it's a good place to stick a pocket. Okay, so let's start with this one. I don't want to get that ink everywhere. Make sure that everything comes up. Now this piece, I'm just going to make sure it's up towards the top and smear my glue everywhere. But I really like this art glue. Doesn't really leave a big mess. Doesn't even show sometimes if you get it on the paper. Now this is going to be just one of those little simple pockets. I'll show you. Now this is going to be too long, so I do need to cut it down. We're not going to be doing any folding. It's just a simple 3 sided glued or taped pocket. Those corners. And these kind of pockets are great for places like this where you don't want to add bulk. And you know that you're not going to add a lot of thick fancy tags. They're just going to be small, probably cutouts from the paper line like these. Let me show you. And I have some on the little 6x6, so they'll be even smaller. And those are the fun ones to put in these kind of pockets. So I cut that at 2. And now I need to cut, I think the sunflowers will look great. And my large cutter doesn't handle the small ones too great, so. Add up some more. That's cute. I love it with the plaid. I'm a plaid person, let me tell you. I love any of the country plaids. Oh, I'm getting glue all over my fingers. I need to get that off. See how it picks up the ink? That's why I don't like to use my fingers too much, because I know I'll smear it with the oils from your fingers. So there we have our inside. When we decorate that, it'll be really cute. And then this is our outside. And this is definitely going to be a cute place for a handle probably, or some metal, either metal pieces or again some of the pumpkins I have, flowers, maybe with a oh goodness, piece of ribbon to grab a hold of to pull it up. But we'll do the decorating after we get our pages down in our book. Clumsy, sorry. I know I've mentioned this before, but I really like the diaper wipes, and then I let them sit out and actually dry out basically, because they're totally lint free. And like I mentioned, see, now we can we'll put our tags in there to hold that closed. And then inside, oops, oh, that one's really nice and tight. Oh, no, it's not going to fit. So what I'm going to do is I'll use one of these other colors, and I'll come back and I'll probably use the yellow. I'll come back and do that. So this is one of the authentic colors. This is the mustard seed, and it's on the website. Oh, there we go. So I'll probably use this side, and I'll get those done. So that is how that page is going to look. It's really, I like it. I think it's going to be an adorable fall album. I think you're going to really enjoy this one. So let's go on to page 3, and we're going to do the front. Okay, from my sheet of 12 by 12, I cut it in half, and I cut it just short of the 6 inches. Then I cut it in at 5. So I have 4 pieces, and there was just little scraps left. So I was able to get 4 6 by 5s. Now put them up to your page and make sure nothing hangs over. We are going to make, I'll show you this full page waterfall. But it's going to be just a hair different. We're not going to score at 1/2. We're going to score at 1. We're going over to 5. I want this to be a little further apart. When you do them further apart, it takes out some of the bulk, and it takes less waterfalls. Let me show you. One of the goals was, because the paper line comes in the collection pack that I purchased, and you only get 1 sheet of each design. My goal was to see really if I could do this with just that 1 sheet of each design. So I'm laying this down, and I know I have to go, my next one's at 1, and the less paper I have to use from it, that means I can do a little more with it. So we're going to place them at 1 inch apart. And I am doing this for measurement's sake when I'm trying to figure out how many waterfalls. And I know I've scored inch perfect, but I do need 1 more piece. So I need another 6 by 5 inch piece. And we are going to score again on the 5 inch side at 1 inch. This is going to be our closure piece. So this is going to turn this way. And let's see. I may use this piece. So when I cut it, there was a 7-inch piece left. Okay, guys. So I'm just trying to decide which one I want to use. Or if I want to use it. Guess what I did? I went back on camera and I did not hit record. Again, you guys, I am so sorry. So I went ahead with the 7 by 5 inch piece, and then I just adhered these all down just like a normal waterfall. So where your inch stops is where your next page starts. And then my magnet went on the second page. I matched it to there, and I had to, there we go. I had it close. And I apologize for that. I feel so bad. But you know what? I need to stop doing that now. If you have any questions about adhering your waterfall, give me a holler. Very simple. Now, because I'm thinking that I actually do want to put this out here on the front. So this is exactly how I put down my waterfalls. I just used my art glue, and I went around the edge, and then I turned my book this way. I can't believe I did that. So you just put it down. This would be the top of my page. Now where your 1 inch ends is where your next waterfall will go, and you just keep putting them on until you get all the way down. So now I have the waterfall that opens this way, then it pulls down, and then we have another waterfall. So that's kind of like a surprise for them when they get inside. And I was hoping to maybe ride off of that magnet because I don't want to. Oh, I can. Awesome. So what I do when I ride off of another magnet, so I don't use another full set, I just put it down and let it, of course, grab. And even though it's going to be up higher on the page right there, it still works. It's still great because I have room for my paper to hide that magnet. I am really sorry once again. I can't believe I did not hit play. I have to stop doing that. And there is your waterfall with its own closure. And then I had mentioned the 6x6 pads is what I'll be using to cover it. So I won't cover it on camera because, excuse me, that's very simple, just square cuts, and I love it. Now your 6x6 pad, you get 2 of each design, but they're not, it's not your pattern, or not pattern, your texture paper is the only difference, but they have down everything, and it's just adorable. Look at that. The only thing that's not in here are the cut aparts. So I'm kind of sad there. I was hoping the cut aparts would be part of it, but that is. So I'm very happy about that. So now we're going to move on to the back of page 3. Okay, for the next one, we're going to cut a piece of cardstock that's 4.5 by 7, and then we're going to cut one that's 5 by the 8, and again, just make it a little bit shorter than the 8 inches. And you'll put it in the scoreboard, and you're going to score at 3/4 and at 1, because we want to gusset. We need a little bit more of a room to go underneath our pocket. Then you're going to score at the 1/2 all 3 sides, 1/2 and 1/2. And you're going to hear booming because the fireworks are going off. It's our state holiday, and we have some extremely pyromaniac people here in our neighborhood that love fireworks. And regardless of the neighbors, we have horses, and we're all within the acre to half acre, and those fireworks fly onto our hay. They don't care. So, okay, that's enough of my rambling on. But you will hear that. Okay, what I'm doing is I was making sure my page is going the correct way. So now on this one, we have that 1/4 inch gusset. So make sure you stay on this edge of your 1/4 inch gusset because you don't want to put adhesive on it. So up to that first score line. Now what I do is just bend that down when I adhere it down. So you'll see my score marks. I'm literally just kind of flattening that out because you can fix it very easy. Making sure I didn't check the length. I should have. So anyway. Now we needed that 1/4 inch gusset because the pocket is going to sit inside. Now your pocket should sit perfectly on that first score line so that the page will close. I'm going to check it one more time because I need it to be right on that far edge. So if you're having any issues that it's maybe too close, just put this in your scoreboard and move it just a hair so you can get a little more than a 1/2 inch score line. You're just adjusting it like by 1/8 of an inch. So you'll have to manipulate it on your scoreboard because you don't want it to sit on that first score line, and that's much better. Once again, I'm going to miter these corners. I've got tape stuck. Let me fix that really quick. And then we're going to go up and around, and I still have tape stuck on my scissors. I'll have to clean those tonight. Now when I'm using the glue to adhere my pockets down, what I do is I just come over there on the edge and close it. Hold it for a moment. Oh, I've got that extra score mark there. I did. Okay. Let me fix this just a little bit more. It's where I did that extra scoring. I just want it to lay flat. Adhesive there. Make sure you get it on those corners. And I know on camera this looks a lot thicker than it is, but if you're using this glue, you'll understand the tip is extremely thin. Now we want to make sure it's all the way to this outer edge and not in towards our score mark. How on earth did I lose my diaper wipe? But I did. So I'm really glad that a lot of you watch my videos often so that you already know what to expect when crafting with me. Expect the unexpected. Now you'll see how nice your door shuts. And now it's very possible we might be able, maybe, to use our other magnet. And we're going to be able to. So on your back side was your waterfall. And so you have a magnet there, and it looks like it's going to pick it up. Even though my pocket's there, I'm going to have this covered with paper. So it's going to be fine, but I have to use a plus. There we go. So I'm just going to take that backing off. Make sure it's where it belongs. Now on this one, I'll just put a piece of score tape. So I was wrong. It needs to go on the door, not the pocket place. So it's fine. So that will hold it shut. And it's riding off of this magnet. And they're strong enough to hold that. Isn't that neat? And then once again on this one, let's see. It's really hard. I hate to cut it. So you know what? Let me see. I'm thinking that we might be able. Really like this one. Oh. And they put the hole right there in the center. Oh, shoot. Okay, well, I'm going to have to cut that off. Let me see how much. Well, that wasn't very nice of them. I mean, we can still read it, but we trim the edge. Trim each side so I don't get a big chunk off of just one. Need to trim a hair bit more. Well, and I am just taking a little at a time off because it's better to take a little at a time than a lot. It's really cute. That's how far down it goes. Oh, that's fine. It's not too far. Yeah, I think we'll go ahead and go with our 6x6 on here. I think it's 4. No, it's 4. So let me cut this down to 4. And that's because I had to do that extra scoring as the reason. Here's more to even it out. And that's what I'll be using. And then over here, again, I'll go with a solid. So I won't cover that. It's very simple. And then on this side, I have, it looks like, the stripes. So I have this other piece left. And then that'll give me a lot of room for flowers, some decorations. You open it and you have that really, really cute advertisement. Okay, there's that one. Now we're on to page 4. We are moving right along with this little album. It's going to be so cute. Let me make some room. Okay, page 4. So the front of page 4, I cut my first piece at 6.5 by 8. Remember, I cut it just a hair short of the 8. And then my next piece, I cut it at 7 by 6 7/8. No, excuse me, 5 7/8. 5 7/8 wide by 7 inches long. Then I put it in the scoreboard and I scored at 1/2 inch. And then on this one going down the long way, I scored at 1/2. And we're going to start with our biggest piece first. And we're going to be attaching that to this side that is not the hinge side. It's, make sure, yeah, I got the right side. And so I'm going to miter these corners just like we do on all of our flaps, but I'm doing over the garbage can. And then on this one, fold over your 1/2 inch. And again, I'll miter the corners so they'll go nicely under the paper and not show. So we're going to start with this one. And we'll put our adhesive, getting those edges. Oh, there's my little rag. Got little, my poor little yucky looking rag. Sorry about that. It's just the Tim Holtz ink. Okay, that right over there on that edge. There we go. So if it should hang over this edge at all, you'll be able to still put it in your trimmer, but you'll need to do it right now if you want to take any of that off. Because our next piece, so this is going to be one of those pages where you're going to want to put pictures of the dog, pictures of the kids playing out in the leaves, carving the pumpkins, because we're going to adhere this at the top, and it's going to give us tons of real estate room. I'll show you. We're going to have to add. Now this is going to go all the way to your outer edge because you don't want it. You want to give about 1/8 to 1/16 of an inch from your score line so that it'll fold nicely. Make sure everything's down, down, and it folds down. So when you open your page, then you have a nice flip up from on the inside. And we have that, and then it will close. Now, I debated also, now I want to do a side pocket. I think it's going to go this way because I am worried about that hinge. But I think we'll be okay going this way. But it's not going to be very large, so it's going to be 3 by 9. Sorry, 3.5 by 9. Now this is going to be on the hinge side, so we're only going to score 1/2 on each side. I don't want that extra bulk on my hinge. So we're only going to score on both ends. And because it is on the hinge side, we're going to just glue that down because the tags aren't going to fall out anyway. Excuse me. Making sure we're where we belong. So I'll just miter the top corner. I'm only going to put adhesive on one end for right now. Okay, so this is my bottom. You may be at the top, and that's just fine. Just matching it down there at the bottom. Might help if you could see. So now we're going to actually open this up. We're done. And we're going to bring a bead of glue just along this edge, hopefully straighter than me. I'm just pushing that tab down. And it should fit just nicely. And once you get it down, you can really furnish things. So now you'll have a little pocket, and this will close. No, for some reason, there we go. Close. When you open, you'll have lots of room for those fun outdoor pictures. And then you will want to have a magnetic closure here. The magnetic closure, though, let me show you, is going to need to go to make sure we hold this down. But we need to make sure by just kind of marking that you're going to hit, hopefully, on top of, see, your pocket. You don't want to be too close to the edge. So I put that magnet down there. I'm not worried about tape because we have this between the two of those. That magnet down. Now it's going to hold everything closed, and then when you open it, this is more free opening. It doesn't, it's not adhered down, but when you close your whole booklet, then your page is nice and tight, and then you have room we're going to have room for some matte tags inside. And this one I really wanted to do this way so that I could showcase one of these pages, and I like to use these, and the nice thing, cutting this in half is going to give me 6. So I'm going to go ahead and cut this now. I want to see how that's going to look. Sorry, I just need to adjust. I'm going to do top or bottom. There we go. So when I cut off the bottom, see, it left this one, these two perfect. So these can actually go on the inside. And then this is going to be on the front. Absolutely love that. Really cute paper. Very retro look to it. So I'll put my cover down since it's already cut. Oops. There we go. I love this paper. They did, like I said again, they did such a nice job. And then I'll use a little bit more of the plain. And actually, I do have some of the blue spectrum, so I'm going to match and see how well that matches. So I'm thinking I need to get some blue into this. I really like the blue. Okay, on to the back side of page 4. for the first piece, I went ahead and cut 6 1/4 by 5. And on the 6 1/4 inch side, I'm just going at 1/2 of an inch. And for this one, oh, I went all the way through. I've been known to do that lately. Let me just cut another piece really quick. I have to quit doing that. I don't know my own strength. So 1/2. I try to get it all in one swipe. Not good. Now on this one, I am going to go ahead and I want to use my stub punch on this one. And this is going to be attached over here on the right hand side. And I only need to do my bottom. So that'll be under the paper. And I'm going to attach it, matching it to the bottom. Oh goodness, don't dry already. There we go. So it comes out by 5 by 5 3/4, and I do want to go ahead and I'm going to mat this and mat this, because on the inside is where I'm going to be using some of those smaller, these cutout pieces that I really liked, and I'll show you what I'm going to do. So I want to go ahead with, let's see, probably that plaid. I know there was a, there it is. So inside, I really like that. If you can tell what that is, that's to me, oh, they are squirrels. So I'm going to cut this the 6 by 8. And then this other piece, oh shoot, not quite. So I'm going to cut that piece. Yeah, 5 by 3. By 5 3/4. A little too wide. I love that. We have the red line in the middle so that it matches the red. Not sure if I like it, but I do like that. Alright, let's go ahead and get rid of those white edges. And then on this one, I'll go ahead and match my corners. Paint those. There's enough on there. I don't know if you can still hear the fireworks are going. I just have that one spot where I squish it out. Okay. Sure my edges are all covered. Yes, they are. I love that. Plaid's just so 70s. One down the middle, one down the middle, just so we have that extra holding power. And not upside down. That one's easy to do, I can see. Got to get those squirrels going the right way. So yeah, I'm telling you, with this glue, don't have much time to move it. Okay, for this section right here, you should have plenty of these little scraps. And I'm going to cut this one down to 4 3/4. And it's going to go right there. And it's going to be a tag holder. And then I'm going to go ahead and match my corners, which will be my top ones. And of course, we'll want to mat that, but I'm going to go ahead and put it down just with that bead of glue at the bottom, and I'm putting it right on the paper line, and then I'm going to mat that, and you'll be able to put a little tag in there, or a picture mat. Or the one thing that we did do that I didn't do correct on this, and I forgot, and was the closure. Just realize that. So this page is not going to have a magnetic closure, and I think we'll be okay. I don't usually do that, but we're going to do that this time. There's no closure. Can't believe I did that. Yes, I can. I was talking. So now I'm going to trim these down. And I'm just going to do it on this cutter so I can show you. I'm trimming them down all the way to the words. Probably a little further than I should have. I want to cut some of this off, and I'll cut some of that off. And then our cute pictured one. So what these are going to be is put together, and this one is taller, and I did that on purpose, and you may not like that look, but I wanted it to be, I don't want them to be the same size. And so now I need to mat these because they're going to be another place for a tag. Let's see how this is going to do, because I'm thinking we are going to be able to put a tight closure. So if you've done what I've done, this is what we'll do. We're going to mat these first. So let's go ahead and cut our mat. So I need a mat that's 3 by 3 3/4. A little bit bigger. Oh, that's the wrong one. Because I want a little bit of a border. And then this one, again, I'll do 3 by 4. And you should have plenty of scraps. I'm going to trim down this little guy just a hair more on the side and on the bottom. It doesn't take much So I have just a hair more border to match. So let's go ahead and put these on our cardstock first. And I think I will use a piece of twine for my closure. Move my page. One down. Okay, let me get my piece of twine for I'm going to do for my closure. So I don't really measure it, I just cut it. What I'm going to do is I'm going to put these two down. I'm going to attach these together and I'll show you. I'm actually going to do this halfway up with the bead of glue so that that can be inside there, but I need to, maybe it'll have to be a little higher. Then I'll be attaching this under my paper, I think. And then I want it to tie here at the edge. But I'm going to have to bring it up. So this side is going to be actually closed. Now the art glue does work well with this, and I did talk to them. They're working on a formula for fabric that's waterproof, so for laces, but because we use it on paper and we're not really going to wash these, there's no problems, and it does hold down ribbons, laces, and this twine very nicely. So now what we want to do first, we want to check where we want these because we have to have room to close. So once you get it there, and you can adhere it however is easiest for you. But that's what I do. Now we need to put this down, getting an eyeballs view of where that needs to go. Then turning it over. Oh, there we go. Now, I am going to go ahead and take a scrap piece of cardstock, and I'm going to adhere it over the top on the inside. And it should not get in the way of the tags, shouldn't be a problem, but it's also going to help me when gluing that down so that there we go, that it's going to hold better because it's going to be paper on glue. Let's make sure it's down good and secure. also need to pretty much match. There we go. So now I can either mark it with a pencil where I know it needs to go, but I'm just going to remember it's on that third inside, and I'm going to glue the other side from here to there to there. So from here to there, take that back. No, there we go. You need to veer off to there. No, it's not tacky. So we're here on that third one is where I need to be. Of course, that's not the ideal closure, but it's not a bad one either, it turns out. And you'll still be able to put your tags in and they won't fall out. We'll put our paper on top of that piece of twine. And we have a closure. We did good. So then when we open it, it's nice and tight, very tight. And when I'm ready to make my tags, see, they'll fit back there very nicely. And I'll go ahead and cover the front now. I'm not gonna quite tie that down. And I think we'll just go ahead and go with our funky plaid. So this should be 5. Yeah. Wait a minute. This was the one we did at the, yeah, 5 3/4. Our corners. That doesn't look too bad, really. I don't know how it looks on camera, but up close, not too bad. Has that stripe of red down. And I'll definitely be putting some neutral flowers to tone it down. Not bad though. I do like it. So let me go ahead and make sure I don't want it to be all maybe the same. There's times I wish you guys could holler through the camera at me. You know, I think I am going to go with that. And then I will bring in a little bit of the plaid and some burlap when I go to decorate. I like the plaid, but I'm just not liking it with that for some reason. I like it with like the leaves that have a little bit more of that color in it. And I am just going to go over the twine because I want to make sure it's down. Kind of excited to see your comments. I know, I hope somebody will comment and say whether I made a right choice or not with this, with not using the plaid. But I am getting better with decorating on camera because, you know, if you follow me, I'm quite indecisive. So I am doing better. I'm trying not to overthink that part of it, the matting too much. So there we go. You know what? There we go. That's where we need to put, I can put that little touch of plaid. Perfect. It'll go great. So while I've got it, let's just give it a quick cut. Get her on there. There we go. That'll spruce that up just a hair. Too bad I cut it too short. Oh my goodness. Looks kind of cool too. I did. So let me another small piece. Much better. But I will save that because it will be usable. I'll get my corners stubbed. Yes, that's much better. And I do like the plaid in there. And because this is a place we kind of want to keep a little bit flat, just want a cute place for count your blessings. And then I'll be able to have a little mat cut apart, maybe a little booklet. Definitely a little booklet there. And again, we'll do some decorating on the front when we get everything into the book. Put that just there. Okay. Let's get my pages all out here, out of the way. They're starting to get a little bit buried. That one goes to there with the stripes. Ah. Okay, trade places with this one. So here is page 5. We are moving right along. Our next page, and we're starting on page 5 on the front, it's going to be a little bit of a maze. So this one will take a little bit more paper, and we'll want to use a lot of the fill-in papers. So the first one we're going to cut is the 6.5 by 8, and again I just trimmed it short of the 8. Put it in my scoreboard, and I scored at the 1/2 inch. The next piece was actually just the other side left over. It was 5.5 by 8, and it had already been trimmed down when I trimmed the first piece, and I scored it 1/2 inch. Then I did cut another piece that was the 6.5 by 8, the exact same size. And we're going to want to miter all the corners. So I'm going to do that over my garbage can. And your corners will, once again, just look like that. You're just taking a little bit off so they'll hide under the paper. So we have somewhat of a maze going on with this one. This one's kind of fun. This really adds to this smaller album, the real estate. So we're going to start with the first 6.5 inch piece, and it's going to go on the right hand side, and that's where our mat will come out of, not our hinge. Ooh, sometimes your glue will go a little, there we go, it's been sitting and the pin rested just a hair inside there. Even your stainless steel pins will do that. So now I'm just going to put it down here on the edge where my mat will be. And it should not be hanging over anywhere. If it is hanging over on the edge where it goes towards the hinge, you'll definitely want to trim that edge right here. So if it's too close. And I am going to trim mine just a hair. There. Because that's where the hinge, I don't want it to hit at all. Now, on top of this one, now it's going to be our 5.5 inch piece. So it's going to go on this edge here, where closest to where, you know, the hinge side. And our third piece, now see this open space here where this one opens, it will sit right there on top. Now again, look at it and see if it's a little too long. Mine is. Then I'm going to trim it. And this is going to be a very thick page, as you can see. But it's going to be fun because there's tons and tons of room. So one thing I didn't do is grab my wipes, so it can be drying out a little bit. To do that at the beginning. So this will close over the front. Now when you go to this page, it just looks like a normal page. Wow, until you start opening it. And then it also opens this way. So we definitely will need a large magnet on here. Isn't that neat though? And inside here we're going to go ahead and add some pockets, but let's go ahead first, because we don't mind putting our pockets over, you know, where our magnet's going to be. So we're going to use the large magnets. And one should be fine. There we go. So my first one, since we have plenty of room here, I'm not too worried. We'll go right there. And when I fold that over, that will hit where we need it to hit. And then just enough holding power. So the inside here, now it's going to measure 6. And because we're going to do a double pocket, oh wait, no it's not, because that's right. So you're looking at 5 3/4. So we're going to cut, and you may not even have to cut very much. Let's see. You should have some pieces that are 4 inches left from when we cut our original pages. I'm going to cut these off at 6 3/4. Now, when we take one, size, we're going to go ahead and score. We're not doing the 3-edge score. We're going to score this one just on each side because we want it to go all the way through. And the same here. So now we can fold up our edges. Now, see, I've already, let's see. Wow, what happened here? I got this turned around. There we go. See, this is a neat little upside down hiding place. So this one, now you should see how, let me show you. You have this extra room here on the sides. So we need to mat, we're going to mat this first. So go ahead and choose your paper. Oh, can't get a hold of it, sorry. And I'm going to go ahead with my leaves. I'm going to cut it to 5 3/4. Now, I did do it the full length because we're going to have that on the edge showing. There we go. And I will need to go ahead and do my edges. I put ink on my pad last night with the refill, so now it's really working well. That's a cute side too. Even the, I call them the filler papers, you know, just the ones we use to mat our pages in this line. Even they are very pretty, really cute. Okay. Making sure everything closes great, and it does. So we can put down the pockets. Let me show you. They are going to be a double pocket. So we want them sitting right on top of each other. We want one down here at the bottom. Then we want one, of course, up higher. And it will go all the way through on this one. So what I'm going to do, you may have seen this in other videos, I'm going to mark since that won't be seen, I wasn't worried about the pen. I know that that's where I need that pocket to sit. And I usually, you know, I like to cover these inside pieces, but when it's this type of a pocket on the inside where you don't want a lot of bulk, there's not a lot you can do, because I want the flaps and the pockets, so we can't always have both. Now I'm going to line that up from side to side and work fast. I knew I'd have just a hair on the edge showing so I could get my flaps closed. Make sure that's all down. And really, you don't have too many people go around looking in to see if you covered those up, so that's not too much of a worry. Now, you can either cover this now if you want, or go ahead and slide down your paper like I'm going to, because we'll have plenty of room in there. Those pieces, there you go, drive me crazy. Oh, on this one first, I'm just going to, no, I'm not. What am I thinking? Never mind, don't do that. If you did, just pull it up. No need to. Too much glue there in the corner. Okay, now we're just going to set this even with this top one. And I'll do him, fix that after I get everything down. A lot of times you just have to rescore after you do some more building in there. So now when we open the front, we have our double pocket, and one that will go all the way through. So you can put a nice, oh, that's too big, nice big tag through there. So it'll go all the way down, almost the full size of the page. Then you have your tag here, the smaller ones. And then you've got picture space here, picture space here. Then we have picture space here. So I'm thinking on this one, I'm going to probably put a pull tab of some kind, so people will see that it's definitely to open. I think so. In that way. So now across here, I am going to put a belly band that goes this way. So I do want to take my other piece, and I'd already basically cut it too short. That's right, I did cut it too short. So let me just choose another one for the front. So I'm going to go ahead and go with the colorful leaves, this orange. So that's going to be the same as our page, 6 inches. And then the 8. And this has leaves also on the front, so I think I will go with the leaves. Now for this one, our belly band went up and down before, so I want to go horizontal with this one. And again, you should have some scraps. And I'm just going to cut about an inch to inch and a half wide, and then I'll cut it by 7 inches long. For this one, because I knew this is it's not quite 6, I'm just going to do it the manual method. Very simple. You don't have to score. Let's go ahead and, I like this paper. I really like these leaves. You don't have to score. We'll just wrap it. And again, I'll be doing a little decoration like I did on that first page, first belly band, where we took 2 of the stickers together. Okay, now determine where you want this on your page. Once you get it there, then just go ahead and fold it over. We'll add our adhesive. Keeping things in place. Okay, might bottle the tip. And then we're ready to put it down. For this, I'll go ahead with the score tape on the 2 sides over the heaviest, since we have a little bit of a double layer there. That's down. A little bit in the center. So now you have quite the interactive page. One and a half. So let me cut. Perfect. Cut this down just a hair. And trim it to the 1 1/2. And I think I know exactly what I'm going to use for the decoration with the sticker. Towards that one corner where I get too much adhesive. Okay, from our sticker sheet, Now he is going to be a little more of a challenge, of course, to cut out, but I really like it, so I'm going to go for it. You can even add, this is what's fun, because you can really layer onto these to really add to your decorating. So I added the flower or the leaf basket. Just kind of do a basic cutout. And then we'll have to fussy cut. And again, these stickers, actually, they've made it quite easy. They've done a very large border on them, and that makes it nice. And then they didn't go really tiny in the little spaces. This definitely is a cute paper. Cute, and it has some really, really fun graphics with it. Just cut that off, get him out of my way. Stay as close as you can. I know when I get to those little edges like that, I kind of skip over until I get the rest of it cut out. Remember, if you do cut into the sticker, you always have distress ink. So follow your design. And what's nice is when you're using a sticker like this, you can feel it with your scissors, basically where your turns are. Unlike fussy cutting off of just the paper, you don't really have an extra thickness there to follow like you do on a sticker. So if you ever have a paper collection that has no embellishments and love authentique, but they aren't big into the elements of with their lines, they want to keep it very authentic, like they said, this is what I do with their stickers a lot. I turn them into more of a chipboard or a heavier type element. Because stickers do have their place, but you don't want them to be all over your books. So you can see, even I thought this rake would just be hairy, but it's not. And I apologize, this is the boring part. But I wanted you to see when I, how I do things, so that you can just follow along if you're a newbie. And I'll just trim up this really tiny space. It is tight turns. Oh, and when you do this, unless you want a background to really show through, try to use a scrap piece of paper that really does go along with it. So if you don't get super close and it shows, it looks like it's part of it. And straighten out anything you may have messed up. Go over your edges. That just blends everything in. Okay. See, and it really doesn't take that long. Then you can decide where you want your sticker to be. Just cut a piece of the foam tape. And the reason I'm doing it like that, so I can kind of get an idea. I think just a small piece behind the boy. And that's why I like foam tape. You're able to cut it to the sizes you need. And it is important, so I'm going to want to get a piece down here at the bucket because you want that, it's like that anchor. But you have to make sure everything's going to stay right on here. And mine's not on the boy, so I need to take a little bit off. Okay. I will use a little bit of glue on top. And use your fingers so you can kind of feel where things are going. And make sure there's no glue or anything that's going to catch your paper. Now, instead of just having a belly band with the sticker put on, you have more of a raised element, and it gives it a little more personality to your page. So then you can go in and get everything done and matted, and we'll go on now to the back, and then we'll be ready to make our hinges. And I will be making the hinges with you, but then I'm just going to put in a different video. I'll cut it in of my cover because I make them all the same way, and that way it'll save a little time on the tutorial for me, and I can get everything else ready. So we'll start with the back of page 5. For the back of page 5, I'm going to have a flap that will come up this way with a pocket. This is the cut apart sheet, and absolutely love it. I love the back, and that's the problem, but it has, let me show you, bring this over here. So here's the back. So we have to-year inventory list. Oh, such a killer. I love the back of this. Excuse me. And then we have fall crafting. Isn't that cute? That's gonna have to be used. But I do want this to cover the page. This was one of the cut aparts that I showed you in the beginning, where it goes all the way across the sheet. So I cut these, and this is going to be the flap, and inside our flap we'll have a small pocket. So what I did is I measured mine, and mine needs to be 5 1/4 by 6. So it will depend on if you're going to use something that is a design like this and you want to keep together, or you're going to just use your pattern paper. And I was having this problem last night, if you remember, so let me cut another one. And I have to quit scoring so hard. Okay. Now I'll be very gentle this time. Better actually to go over it, you know, 2 and 3 times than it is, excuse me, than it is to go crazy like that. And then poke a hole. Okay. I want to make sure I'm going the right direction. And I'm going to miter those 2 corners. And we'll turn it upside down just to put my flap on. Okay, I will need a magnet. But I do want to see something. I wasn't sure if I would need to trim this down, and I do on my length. Okay. Go ahead and ink now my larger page. And then what's fun is there's going to be room for journaling down there at the bottom. And I'll stop for just a moment, because if I don't, then I'm going to completely forget to put the magnet on. Sorry, the magnets went under the keyboard. Side, score tape. And I'm going to go ahead and put this down. On there, like I said, it looks like a lot more than it truly is, because it comes out so fine. Oh goodness. Oh, I was able to move it. Yay, saved by the glue not drying yet. Did not realize how crooked that corner was, but I actually saved it. And that is the look I was going for. Kind of a dimensional look. See, isn't that gorgeous even on the back of this? It's just so bright. This is going to be fun. I think I'm going to be cutting a lot of flowers with the coordinating spectrum made by Authentique for this. Okay, on the inside, we'll want to do our pocket. Let's grab mine, it fell. And this was just a leftover piece from one of our flap cuts. And it's 2.5. And it's by 7, but I cut it just between the 6 7/8 and the 7 because I knew my flap had been cut down just a hair. And so I'm going to go ahead and not use that one. I am going to do the 3 pocket score where we do it on the 3 sides, half, half, and half. First I want to just do it my sides so I can see how well it's going to fit. From side to side. Oh, that's really good. That's like a perfect fit. So now I can go ahead and fold up the bottom. Just a small pocket. And we'll put a small tag in there. I even cleaned those last night and I still have a sticky spot. So let me just go ahead and put some on the corners just to hold that down. And I am holding this sideways. And you want to make sure you're above your score a little bit so that you can fold. Okay, plenty of room in there. Then we kind of have that scenery going on. And there we have the 5 pages. That one's going to, we have our 5 pages for our fall mini album or whatever, you know, you're using yours for. And what I'm going to do now is go back, get everything matted, and as soon as I do, it's just a few things I need to mat. I'll be back and we'll do our hinges, and I will put a cover video in for you to watch, so if you want to do the same cover that I'm doing, and then we will go ahead and finish decorating our album. I originally was going to just put in another video that I had done from one of my past to save some time, but I decided not to because I am doing the cover without a fold over flap. Very simple. This one's your basic, but I did want to go through the hinges with you. I don't cut my hinge, my covers until after I make my hinge, so I know what size. So I'm going to start at a 1/4 inch. So I'm going to score at 1 1/4 and then 1 1/2. I like to start and end, and I did already do scoring, so I didn't give you any wrong measurements because I'm going to have the 1/2 inch gusset. This was a lot easier than my 3/8. So you're going to score at 2, 2 1/2, 3, 3 1/2, 4, and then 4 1/2, and 5, 5 1/2, 6. I mean, it's very simple. 6 1/2, 7, 7 1/2, 8, 8 1/2, 9. Nope, that's where I go 8 1/2, and then this is where we're going to score at 8 3/4. That's where I had realized I was going on for 6 hinges and I only have 5 pages. So we're going to score at 8, 8.5, and then 8 3/4. And I'm finding I just really like these 1/2 inch gussets. I do like my 3/8 of an inch gusset too. But when I'm going to be putting a lot of embellishments, you really do want that 1/2 inch, so your pages will lay flat. Now, like I mentioned while I was doing this earlier, I kind of had goofed and I scored at the 1/2 inch, but it won't matter because it's going back behind. So now when you're folding up your hinges, you'll see then there's going to be that lip right there. I don't like anything to go under my pages where that crease in my book is. I had a tear in the spine area once, and then your hinges are stuck underneath that paper, and I couldn't get to it, and I basically had to rip the book apart, and that's when I decided I'm not putting anything underneath my pages by where my book folds. I hope that makes sense. Now we're going to use I'm going to be using the 3/8 inch score tape and the 1/4 inch, because you want a 1/4 inch where you've scored a 1/4 inch, of course. Otherwise it just hangs over too far. So we'll start at the front and then the back. Now we need to put down our adhesive. I'm using score tape for my hinges. What I like to do is I skip this first one. Well, you should have a score tape here if you're using a score tape. You'll have a space, and then you have two rows of tape. Then you skip, and 2 rows of tape. You just keep going all the way down. And then right up next to there. Then I turn it over and clean up these edges. When I cut I forgot to tell you the measurements, so I leave it at the 12 inches. We'll have some trimming to do. And then I cut mine at 7 7/8 wide. Let me show you, and I've done this in all my videos, I like to make sure, this is a really thick page, I like to make sure it'll slide in, but then my page won't move. I don't like to miter the corners. I just like a nice straight clean hinge. So if you cut it just that 1/8 of an inch shorter, your page will slide in nicely and there won't be any movement. And I'm just going to start with these in the center, and I'm going to remove the ones that are down in the valley. Then we'll just start folding these over to make our hinge, making sure everything is lining up straight. Fold again. And with this CartaBella cardstock, this is the craft, you have to really push hard, and there's really no fear. I'm not even worried about using the side of my bone folder like I used to be on the papers that I'd have to buy from the local scrapbook stores, the chain stores. because this is such a good quality cardstock. Okay, and then you'll notice you'll have your 5 hinges with your 1/2 inch gusset. And then when we turn it over, see, it's all ready to fold this over. We will have to trim it, but let me show you. You want to make sure you have that 1/4 inch at the beginning and at the end. And what I do is I always fold the shortest side first. And I really feel using this CartaBella cardstock, I'm very confident that I don't have to use any tie back or anything else, because it's already pretty sturdy. So we're going to put that down. And I'm going to fold this over. You can mark it, you can eyeball it. I'm just going to lift this up because I don't want any markings to show, and I want to cut it off. Now when it folds over, it should just leave a tiny bit right there. You'll see those score marks. That's where I goofed, but see, it's not going to matter because it's on the back side. So we want to add some adhesive to this flap. I always had just, you know, a little extra here and there. Make sure nothing's sticking out. And then you can remove all the backing of your adhesives. Okay, there you have your hinges for your pages now to sit on. And I am going to use, you can use your 1/4 inch, 1/2 inch, 1/4 inch. I'm just using my 3/8 of an inch. I am putting it almost to the top. This is, again, all just personal preference. I don't like anything towards the bottom because sometimes your page, depending on the flaps, you don't want it clear to the bottom of your hinge. You want it to be able to turn nice, lay flat. And I don't like the chance of any score tape showing. This is why I go right, I match it right to the top. Plus I want it to hold inside of my page. I want it to hold from that very edge down. And one more row. Okay, I'm just going to go over the score tape and clean up the edges. Now I know how wide I need to cut my piece let me grab this. I've already cut the two covers at 6.5 by 8.5 for this book. And I'm going to cut my hinge piece. So this measures 2 3/4. So I'm just going to go at 2 7/8. Move this down. So I'm going to cut this piece 2 7/8 by 8 inches. Since it's already the 8, because I cut it from here, now I just need to cut it off. And then that will give you just about 1/16 or 1/8 of an inch on each side, but actually it's going to increase a little bit when we make our cover. And when you do the bigger hinges, then this makes it so your cover is going to lay really nice and flat, and you won't need that closure for this book. All right, just grabbing my score tape sheets, and I'm going to grab my 12 by 12. What I'm going to do is, my cover's 8.5, so I'm going to cut this down to 10.5. 10.5 by 12. The reason I cut it at 10.5 by 12 is because I like to have an inch at the top and an inch at the bottom. So let's move this. Let's move my keyboard so I don't knock off the recording. I don't like my mat there because it has a drop-off edge, and I've had my bone folder go through before. Okay, so we'll start with 2 pieces of our 12 by 10.5, and we need to adhere these. For this, I'm going to use my 1/4 inch score tape. Turn this one over. And then we're just going to put these two together. Now for this cover also, we don't need 3 pieces because we don't have those extra little pieces for the flap that would fold over. It's amazing how much lint paper makes everywhere. Okay, so just make sure those are good and down. And make sure there's no tape showing anywhere. And I'll start with laying out first our hinge piece that needs to go where our seam is, and then these 2 pieces, and then we'll have to trim our sides, which is absolutely no problem. So I'm going to use my 1/2 inch score tape, my 8.5 by 11 inch score tape. So I just need to trim this. And then my covers are 6.5 wide. And that will fit right there. That one will fit there. And then I'll have my bind piece, which is not quite 3. And with that other piece, that will go right there. So you'll see, I just love using the sheets for my covers. And I'll need my quilting ruler, because I love my quilting ruler. Great markings. It's wider, so you can put some leverage on here. And I'm going to start with my spine piece. And I'll just remove the backing for this. And it likes to do that sometimes. It's like wallpaper. It likes to buckle. we're going to just center this. But I'd like to make sure I have an inch from the bottom. What's nice is, see, I can put my hands on my forearms here, really hold this down, center this, the seams right here, and use my markings on my quilt ruler. And I just pick my, I get my quilt ruler, just, you can get it at Joann's or Michael's or your local sewing store, even Hobby Lobby. They're not expensive. They're over with the quilting mats at my stores. Then you're going to want to use your 1/4 inch score tape, because this is so important to make the spacing. And you'll notice in my older videos, I've always used this because I became so frustrated years ago with my covers cracking. I just knew it was a space thing, so I started putting that down, and my covers don't crack at all, ever. So let's turn this. And you will notice it's not complete top to bottom, but it's fine because you've got plenty of coverage. Saves time, especially with the holidays coming. You're going to be making a lot more albums, and they're not super expensive, so it really, I think it's worth the extra pennies. And then you save your roll of score tape. Okay, holding this down again, pretty much with my forearms. And then I know my cover matches exact. It's not going crooked like it used to. And we're just going to lay that down. That did go off a little bit because I was talking, but not enough that anybody would even notice. See how quick and easy that is. And to be honest with you, I used to dread making the covers because all of the score tape, having to tape it on, take it off. I thought, you know, this is perfect. Okay. Just going to make sure things are perfectly straight. The ruler's butted up against the other 2 pieces of chipboard. We're just staying on the other side of your score tape. And down it goes. Now I'm just going to go over to my cutter and I'm going to cut this off, leaving an inch. So once again, you can either, you know, measure it before you cut it. Or you can just put it in your cutter and cut it. Then if you're like me, you get it into the cutter and you can't see the mark. Okay, so now I'm just going to do some pre-bending, and I am going to use my bone folder to go over this area where I joined together my cardstock. Because of the weight of it, that really helps to get that bent. Okay, now score tape. And that's again, you know, personal preference. So I'm going to go around the top with 1/2 inch. Oh, yeah, there goes my arm. Don't look at that awful thing. Me and the rose bush had a fight the other day. My husband put all these not sunflowers, wildflowers, and my rose got pretty much buried in it. So it was a fight to get in there and get it cut down the other day, and it won. So across here now I'm going to go with my 1/4 of an inch. This is so it catches the center. And then around the top I am going to use my art glue. Love using it. It seems to soften that edge. And that I learned from a design team member, a past one that we had, and it's a great trick to use. So our corners need to be trimmed. I'm just eyeballing it, and you want to leave about an 1/8, and you can measure it if you're more comfortable. Okay, let's remove all the score tape backing. So it really does. Using those sheets takes off about 15 minutes from video, not only video time, but from the time I make my covers, and I don't dread making the covers anymore using the sheets of score tape, because I'm able to just lay it down, as you can see, and you take off one backing and you're done. Okay, now I'm going to go along the edge. Sometimes that pen makes that change colors. Just going along the chipboard, so it grabs it really nicely along the top also. And when I'm pulling this over, I'm literally pulling. Paper will stretch a little, and you want it to hug the top of your chipboard. And if you get a bend in it like that, just tell it who's boss. I'm going along the top because of that glue. And then we'll repeat, just bringing the bead of glue. And that's what I love about this art glue too, is the tip. Fabulous tip. Just goes right along that edge. Before I put the glue down, I'm going to push in my corners so that it comes over the top of that chipboard. Just get that edge there covered. I'm going to glue where I folded over. That up against there. And you have a really nice smooth finish. Oops, let's flatten that out some more. There we go. So you can see the bone folders do have different purposes. I love this one for that edge, but I like this one, as you can see, for some things. But I would never use this pink one inside here. It has that sharp edge to it. So now you're going to take your bone folder. This is where this edge is a great edge, and you're going to push that cardstock right down into the tape. See, and you'll be able to fold that cover completely over. You won't hear any creaking, cracking, or breaking. You shouldn't, because you've got that nice space there. Let's make sure everything's down. Okay. And then you can decide which one you want to be your front and your back. And then we need to cover the inside. So now our cover is 8.5 inches. So let's cut our next piece of cardstock down to, I cut it about 1/8 of an inch shorter than the 8.5, so 8 3/8, because I just want a little bit of a border. And see, sometimes your seams, you'll get that little bit of a popping at the seam because there's so many layers. And what I do is literally just, I cut that right off, because paper is made in layers. Kind of reminds me of a Shrek movie, huh? Then I take my sanding block or my nail block, smooth it out. It's gone. And there's not a lot you can do when you join your paper together there that I have found, because it will split a little bit. But don't grab a hold of it and pull it. That's where you'll have issues. Okay, whoa, sorry about that. It's all gone, all cleaned up and nice. Now for this one, I am going to need another piece of paper. So I should have a scrap, but I don't. So I'll just grab another piece. And then I am going to use, also for the inside, I'm going to use my score tape sheets. So I just need to cut this down, because, yeah, it's going to have to. And I'm going to use this whole piece, but then you've got scraps if you're using your sheets. So these are the pieces that were left, and that's what I'm going to use. Excuse me, I have the hiccups now. Use on the inside. Oh, there we go. So we'll start with just this whole piece. Now I'm just going to lay this down, and I cut it a little too short, because when it comes to the inside of the cover, you do want adhesive right to the edge. So let me just add these scraps here from when I trimmed. Let's trim that off, and then down this side. And your sheets tear exactly like your score tape. And then you can just put this on one of the backings and you'll have it. So let me cut that off. Remove all the backing. I'll tell you what, using this on the inside covers makes for a really nice finished inside look, I think. Before, I could even sometimes see the score tape in the lighter papers. This just makes for a nice smooth finish. So line it up inside. You can use, also if you're using your pattern paper for this, I don't like to. I like to just use the same color, and that way I can cover it with what I want, and this way I can make my albums in advance. Okay, now I need to cut another piece that will fit there, so I'm going to cut it the same width. 8 3/8. What's important is that you make sure they're the same width. So I'm just going to lay this on top of here, matching where I want the edge to go, and marking with about an inch overlap. And I'll trim that off. And I have this piece. I don't even think I'll trim it. If there's anything close to the edge, I will just push it over like we do normal score tape. So this was a piece left from the front cover. I do want to get it edge to edge if possible. Perfect. And I'm just going to take one strip of my 1/4 inch. Make sure everything's down and secure, and then nothing's hanging over the edge. And again, if that's hanging over the edge, you just push it back. Okay, let's just match this. Make sure our edges are firmly down. And let's go ahead and fold our book. So when you, there we go, when you first get the fold, it's where this is a great bone folder. It pushes it in, and you're going to see how it grabs a hold of that score tape, and it makes a really nice indent in your book. Now, when you do your covers like this, they are just so much more, you'll see how strong they are. I always wrap my covers. You need that strength. It's just, for me, it's a must. I don't like my album to go like this. And if you don't do that, that's the kind of album that you do get. So now we can add our hinge. Now I did have a piece left. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use part of this for my back. And I'm just going to cut this piece off. So see, I'm using every bit of my 8.5 by 11, so you're really getting a lot of use. Let's cut that off because I need it to be square. And so let's add one more. Make sure nothing is sticking over our edges. Okay, now you'll just want to gauge where you want your hinges. And it also depends on if you want to have charms hanging over the back side. So if you want to poke a hole in there, and then you just lay it down. Then I like to use this tool, my older Cricut. Just it's a nice rounded smooth edge. So you can really push it down. And we're ready to adhere our pages. Okay, go ahead and decide your order. I'm just going in the order that we created our book. So I'm going to start with my last page. Excuse me. And remember, this last page was our really heavy page. I have to find there where my hinges on this one. Wow. There it is. It's also going to be quite tight because we've added so many flaps. But I'm going to first, oh man, that just beautifully went right on. I'm going to first put it on to see. And I know it's going to fit, so. Like I said, it is tight. So I just kind of finagle my fingers, get everything there to hold everything shut. Then I'm going to lay it down. And make sure I get my hinges down. Now see, I like it to be laying flat. And I do believe I possibly put my page on. I did. I went a little bit, I went backwards. This was going to be on the front, but it's okay. It'll be on the back now. And then it will open here. So I just went the opposite direction. But that's okay. So we're going to add our next one. You can see on those pages that have a lot of flaps, they are pretty tight. So I'm not going to want to add a mat that goes in between my pages, especially on that last one because it is so tight. And again, let's find our hinge here. And this is another one. You'll notice how tight it is because we've built on it a lot. So again, put it in, and you should already be matching top to bottom because your hinge doesn't move. Open this up. And let me just grab my and there's our third page, or yeah, fourth page. Let me double check this. Okay, it does go this way. And again, we have all these pages turned out to be really loaded. So they're pretty tight, especially this waterfall page. So that's where I'll show you. I'm going to close those up. It's being a little, there we go, tricky with me. Put it on, lay it down. Let's open our waterfall so we can get in there and really get things closed. And same with this back side. Well, you can see as you're putting this together why it was so necessary to do those 1/2 inch hinges or gussets with these bigger pages. And I'm going to open. Last one. And this is also why I don't like to close my pages it's really necessary to be able to get your hand in there when putting them on the hinges. For me it is anyway. Okay, now you can see it was so necessary for those 1/2 inches. We've already got the room pretty much full because of the thickness of our pages. And excuse me, you really don't even notice that there's a pocket there, and you can go ahead and, if you're wanting to put in your tags, I don't want to put them in every single page because there is so much going on. So what I'm going to do is use my art glue, best glue I've ever used, because I'm not a glue person like I mentioned earlier. And I just need to open it because we let it sit for a minute. And I'm just going to seal these edges up. I'm just going to put a bead of glue, not right on the edge. I'm going inside just a little bit because it'll work when you squish it. I'm just going to pinch it closed. And this art glue works really fast, so I don't have to worry too much. And then it's closed, and it doesn't even look like, you know, there was one there. This one, again, is super, super tight. So I'm going to close it. Looks like I may have a mat in 1 or 2 pages. And sometimes on these albums, when you're put in so much, by the time you get to doing these side mats, you're like, oh, I'm out of paper. And you don't want a hole there, so you feel like you have to fill it. That's when I like to close my pages. And I always figure the less simple, the more involved the album is, you don't need these anyway. If it's more simple, then that's when I'll add my side mats. And then as you can see how tight that is, it would be really, I think they're a pain when they get stuck and they're too tight. Oh, there we go. There goes that nozzle. So once again, I'm going to open this waterfall. Get in there. And just pinch that down in between the waterfall. Now I could actually get one in there and in there if I wanted, but you know what? I think I'm just going to close them all up. So it's nice to have options. So you have options. If you want to go ahead and leave some of yours open, but I'm going to go ahead and close mine. Again, open your flaps so you can get in there and give it a good squeeze shut. Now I know there's ways to make your pages so that you don't have this, but I like, again, there's some albums I want to have photo mats in between my pages, or I turn these into, I like to turn them into pockets. Where I put the flap and it looks like a file folder. I've done that in some of my tutorials. So this gives you options. And I know that I had not completely in the video, because there's been a few days lapse, of course. I didn't have everything matted, so I'll just do a quick run through before we do our inside, front and back cover. So yeah, I went ahead with just the orange, and then I did add the strips. So I cut these at 3/8 of an inch by the length of the page. So I added those in, and those two we had done. Oh, and I went ahead and lined the inside here, and we'll be adding our mats. these were the cut aparts, so I just cut them down to fit. And I used a lot of the 6x6 when I started to mat. Same with my waterfall. This was from the 6x6 matching pad, and this is the Spectrum from Authentique. It matched so well with this line. And I did cut my strips for inside here at about 7/8 of an inch. And I loved this on the 6x6, so it fit perfect. Again, we'll have to add our mats. And when I matted this, I just used that cut apart sheet, cut it to fit. And again, more of the Spectrum paper from Authentique. And I think we had done this one completely. Oh, no, I'm not sure. Did we do, I'll have to go back on the video. I think we did do this one on the video. So we just have to do our decorating. And again, this was the cut aparts that were on the 12x12, and I just cut it to fit. That's what's nice about a using your 6-inch width albums. You're not losing all of this. You can actually use it to mat. And then for this page, we did this one on camera earlier. And I just used the Spectrum inside. And just use the scraps. Whoops. And then we also have, forgot, the inside. So I loved this page, and I just didn't want to cut it up because of the way the wording went. I just couldn't. So I just cut it in half to fit. So that would be like the centerfold. So my book has a centerfold. And because I did put it on wrong, but that's okay. And then it lays out this way. So see, you've got lots of fun interaction. So we'll get started now on our front cover and our back cover. On the inside back cover, I've already matted it, and I used this green plaid. I just love the green plaid. I'm going to show you something else. I could make this with my envelope punch board, but I realize there are some of you watching that don't have the envelope punch board. We're going to make this cute little I don't know, folder, envelope. You can also use it for an envelope. So I'm going to show you, if you don't have an envelope punch board, this is very easy. You can either use it for, this is my very well loved, yeah, that thing you use when you need a pattern. There we go. Sorry. You can use it for a pattern, and you can also round your edges to turn it more into an envelope. But if you don't have an envelope punch board, this is a really nice thing. We are actually going to be cutting ours, though. Cutting ours off. So, since we can't really get a square from here, we don't want to cut our rectangles, you're going to need to cut a piece of pattern paper. Cut a piece of pattern paper. Oh, say that one fast. Sorry, guys. At 8 by 8. So I'm going to go ahead and cut mine, and I'm using the acorns. I'm going to cut it 8 by 8. Now, a couple of things. You may have the envelope punch board where you have your, and actually I do have one because ScorePal makes one now. You might have your angle that came with either your Martha Stewart or the news, you know. ScorePal has one that you can put in, and you can now score at angles, and you can put it, you know, where you need, turn your paper, and then you can score. Handy little tool. Takes a little while to get used to using. But this is for those who don't have these tools, or you just want to make this. So what I do is I turn my paper into a triangle. And then what you're going to do is you're going to bring your two edges together. And you want to make sure, and this is going to take your eyeball, that you're pretty much the same on both sides. Then you're just going to push each one down. Now, if you want to turn this into a triangle, into a envelope, then you bring your bottom up and you'll bring your top. And you just have to make sure everything's centered. We are going to be using this as kind of like an insert. So what I'm going to do now is I'm going to trim that off, and I'm going to trim it off right there in my cutter. And I need to make sure I've got things straight, and I don't. So I'm just going to refold a little bit. And it really, if you're using a really good paper, it's not really going to show because you'll be able to squirt back to the back when you're pushing down. And I do want to have just a little bit of an overlap. So I can attach those two. Now I'm going to cut those, the top and the bottom off. And you'll know when you put it in your cutter if it's straight or not. Because you're going to go right along that edge, and they really should be pretty asymmetrical basically. Then on my longer one, I'm just going to put a little dab of glue, making sure it's not going to be behind there. Let me just stick my bone folder through. And you can use a brad also to hold that together. And then we're going to bring this over here. So make sure everything is scored down. Oh, and before we put it down, I do want to go ahead and go along my edges. And actually, yeah, I should have done these edges before I attached it. So we'll just have to go inside there. And this is, I will, excuse me, I'll be putting a charm or something there. Okay, we're going to turn this over, and I'm going to just use my art glue. I want to give it a try here. Now, when we folded this, it was 8 by 8, so we know the inside is going to hold more of a 4 by 4 mat. So I want to use my squares here to really line up my little folder. Oh. Sometimes with this really thick paper, again, it has layers. Man, and I haven't even seen Shrek in a long time. Sorry about that, but it has layers. No. So right there at the bottom, I'll probably put another little emblem to go there. Okay, so I have mine down, and we now know it's about, we've got the 4, because we cut the 8 by 8. So when we folded it, it came up to be about 5. Mine's a little over 5 1/4. So I know I can put about a 4 1/2 by 4 1/2 mat in there, and I'm going to cut it from the piece that was left in my oh goodness, when I cut my cover. And I cut mine 4 1/2 by 5 1/2, so it'll slide in. And you can see you can get more than one mat in there. Now, we need to put something down here at the bottom, because things are definitely going to slide through. And these, I think, are absolutely perfect. Or you have your attitude, count your blessings, attitude of gratitude. So I think I'm just going to pull one of these off, feeling blessed maybe, and it's going to be my bottom. So let's grab a piece of the scrap. That's what I, with my pencil mark. Just put that down there at the bottom. And this is going to be our stopper so that our mats do not fall out. And again, you can either cut it with a border. I'm just going to cut up and around. Oops, there it is. And when I ink, I always find those extra little spots I can trim. And then I'll just use my art glue and make a stream down here at the bottom of it. Let that dry just for a moment. Now I'll probably make another mat that'll be a little booklet to sit in there, and then it'll fit down, see, and then it won't fall. But it gives you a different, something different on that back cover. Okay, let's turn our page. So I'm going to go ahead and cut my inside cover to fit, and then we'll build from there. I was going to cut my mat, and then I decided I want a side pocket, but I want a flap that comes over that pocket to hold that in. So what I'm going to do is, or what I did, is I had a scrap that was 4 inches, and I cut it down to 9.5. And I'm going to score this one. It'll be a pocket, side pocket, but we'll need to score all 3 sides because I want to be able to put mats or extra photos in there. One thing I like to do is when I make these albums, I don't always, when I keep them for myself, immediately get back to putting pictures in. So what I'll do is I'll print them off and just stick them in a pocket. And then, you know, when I'm ready, I sit down and I'll just go through and put the pictures in, but I like to have a pocket just to hold them in. So this is going to go this way. It's going to be on the edge. So you're going to have to check it to make sure. And I can see mine definitely, I'm going to have to score it at another 1/4 inch. Even though, you know, my cover's 8.5, I know I needed that extra inch, but it's probably too much. I don't want anything hanging over the edge. So actually that was just 1/8 of an inch. And I think that's good. I'm happy with that. And because it is on the cover, I will be using the score tape. Now I'm putting this on the inside here, and I'll show you. I'm going to just, that's going to be folded under, but I just don't want all that extra. And we're going to trim our corners. Trim. And trim that one down. And this, I'm just going to remove. I think I can put this one down okay. We've got tape stuck. So I'm just going to start with this corner. Sorry, I've got something stuck there. One of the tape, the backing. So making sure my placement is where I want it. And for the flap, I cut a piece of cardstock that was 5 by 8 3/8. It's not quite 8 1/2 because I don't want, again, that overhang. And we need to score this on the 5-inch side at 1/2. And this will be, I will be using a large magnet. This way, I can put plenty of stuff inside there. Then I can also put pictures on here, and it's not going to, they're not going to fall out. There we go. Little tiny piece of the backing to the score tape just wants to stick to everything. Miter those corners. Now I'm going to round the corners with my 1/2 inch to make it look more like a, maybe an envelope, you know, more of a folder look. Now you want to line that up, so you want to make sure you're not going to interfere with the working of the hinge. Remove the backing from the score tape. It's under a top and bottom. Now I knew, let's see, my magnets is going to go more in the middle of my book. Sticking to my metal containers. There we go. That's what I'm going to need. Now, because I don't have that leverage to pull it to the side, I will go ahead and cover that with a piece of score tape. And there we have our cover. So now I'm going to cut the matting for the inside. Kind of looking to see what I have. Leaves are great. And then let's see, I think I may have cut this. I did. What was I thinking here? Just a little too wide. For some reason, it still doesn't want to fit down in there. Much better. There we go. So that will be the inside. And then I'm just going to take the orange from the back side at 3 1/2 by the 8 1/2. Now on the inside here, I'll just use that yellow polka dot or the mustard color to match the inside. And what I'm doing is I'm basically looking through to see what I already have so that I don't have to cut. I don't want to have to, you know, really cut into another paper, nor do I want to use that. So let's go with the stripes. And I'll go ahead and round these corners. Just turn that down here a bit more. And that'll go there. Then I'll go back through and decorate on there. And then we can go ahead and move on to the cover. I went ahead and matted, just did the matting for the inside here. So now we'll start on the cover. Now, one thing that I just love, this one, and here, this was part of this one. So there's our little house. And what I did is I cut it now for my cover. Now, here's the thing, when it comes to using a paper pack like this CartaBella, it really does take two pads. One thing I want to do though is I want to cut this as if it's a window looking in. So I cut another piece. It's just a little over 6 by, it was just one there, 6 by 4 3/4. Nothing, you know, really measurements here. What I want is this to be the background because I'm going to tear the paper. The thing is, I did this in my album last year. I think I'm going to go with that one. I did this on my fall album last year, and I liked it. And I'll tell you, it was a very popular album, especially at craft fairs. When I did that, when I tore the top. So I'll show you what I'm going to do. What I'm going to do first is put this down in the background. Whoops. So basically, yes, you'll have some double paper. Make sure everything is down. I put my little, oh shoot, I put it somewhere. Right there. Okay. So I'm just going to put this up towards the top as if I was using this, and I'm bringing it over to the edge because I want it to totally be under there. There, excuse me. Go ahead and make that edge. I mean, this has a lot of possibilities. So one thing, especially one possibility I see, is to glossy accent some like these houses. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to just kind of measure. So I'm just going to literally tear this. But I'm going to tear this somewhat into a V. I want it to look like somebody's torn it to see inside what is going on. I'm just taking my scissors, and there's, you know, Tim Holtz has a tool for this, and I have that tool, but to be honest with you, I found once it's not, you know, really sharp anymore, you can't really use it. So what I'm doing is I'm just getting some of this white off, and I'm using my fussy cutting scissors because they seem to work the best. So I want it to still be chopped up here. And then you can also, you know, bend this back a little bit so it looks like somebody is literally peeling the cover back. You know those movies and shows you see where they've peeled back the top of the screen? That's kind of the look I'm going for. I do want to get rid of some of that. And it depends on your paper, but I know tearing it just gives you that little bit more of a rugged edge. Okay, I'll clean that off. This is a little messy, you'll notice when you're working on it. And just go ahead and push back where you're thinking you want yours to be. This paper, whoops, likes to shed. And if you want some of that showing in the back, then I'm going to go all around here, my distress ink. Just getting it into those corners, cracks and crevices. Goodness, just throwing everything around. So I'm going to be using my score tape. And I'm going to use a wet adhesive on the inside. Now stay away from the edge. I'll put some glue because you don't want it to lay flat there. You want it to be pulled up like so. But we will put glue because we don't want it an open space either. Make sure everything's down. And I will have lace on the side, so I want to make sure I line it up. Oh, glue. Oops. I'm glad I caught that. Okay, again, you want to stay about 1/8 of an inch away from that edge, so your paper's rolling back. Just fill in some spots here. Matching that at the top, or even just going over a hair. I think this is a good theme and a good look because where I'm going to be using older pictures, farm pictures, like a look back into history. Then I'm just going to play with this a little bit. Give the glue a second to dry. You know, the old torn wallpaper in the farm homes. All right, that just needs to be held down for a minute. Okay, So we'll need to do the back side. For the back, I'm going with the bold plaid look. Whoops, wrong side. Oh, before I put this down, that's, I'm going to use, I decided, the twine. And I'm going to have a button where this rock is. So let me cut a piece of the twine because I want this underneath the paper. And I don't know, it looks like I've gone about a yard. And let's see, our 8.5, so I'm going to put it right here in the middle. For this, I'm just going to take the score tape. And then we will be trimming it on the front after we put our button down. That's what's nice about using this thicker paper. There we go. Is the twine is quite thick. So if you aren't using something thinner, what I'm doing is I'm doing it as a, oh, you know, on the file folder like this. Let me show you. I'm just going to have a button at the front. Nothing, because you don't need a lot. It's going to be just a button that will, the twine will wrap around like so. One of those thingies. And you can use like a little doorknob or a button or a charm. Better leave that out. We still have our spine piece. Then, see, when we put our button down, it'll just wind. Then we have our, well, it's going to be a little more than 3. So I'm going to cut my spine. I just had the other little piece. Let me see how many words. No, I cut out too many words. I love using those words, but there's times that you just can't keep enough on there. And that red's not quite right, so I think definitely it's got to be the sunflower. So it's got to be this back side. And I'm kind of hating cutting it, but we have to do what we have to do. And it's going to be 3 inches. And I never cut this too short. Oh, we could even go, keep going with the scenery. I think I'll go ahead and go with the sunflowers. Looks great. I can get some of the distress ink. I even said I was going to leave my score tape out. Oh my word. How do you lose a roll of score tape? There you go. You put it behind you. I'm glad I didn't put it in the garbage. Oh, wrong side. We almost had our farm side after all. And that was a hard choice. Because I really love this scenery paper. Okay. Let's put one right straight down the middle. Okay, I know this is going to be hard to see. I'm just adhering it to the side here. Oh, goodness, work fast. Because this I have to be able to see. There we go. Now it's off here, and I'm not worried about it because we're going to be adding. Make sure that's down. Everything's secure. Okay. I'm trying to decide if I want to add or just a thin lace. I think that's going to go over, and that's what I'm going to do. Let me grab an off-white lace. And I think that's too dressy. I'll be right back. Okay, I just didn't find a lace that matched, that I liked. So I cut a 2-inch strip, and I actually had scored mine at 1 1/4, but I wouldn't advise that. Go ahead and just score it at 1, because I was thinking I wanted just a little bit, but I found off camera that it just wasn't enough. So what I'm going to do is turn it around, and I'm really hoping, let's see. Yeah, I'm hoping that it really is going to be okay sitting there when I open the book. And I think it is. But for this one, I am going to use glue. And what I was looking for, I want this to overhang, of course, onto the spine part to get a little decoration. And this was just a Martha Stewart punch I had. And if you have a die that's like a picket fence or something cute like that, that would look really nice. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go ahead and do the front first. That's the only thing. I got to remember to put my pin in my bottle in between. Okay, now on the solid area, I'm just putting on my glue. And we're going to keep our finger crossed that this will work. Not too worried about here. I am just dabbing on the points here and there. That's what I love about this art glue. It will dry completely clear. Okay, and it does dry kind of fast. I really should have done the points first and these edges here. I'm just going to zoom through this, getting some glue. Okay, so my smaller end is going to be at the spine. And make it even with your front. I'm going to need some more glue on this side. I had a feeling it may have dried too soon. This is really odd. It's not even wanting to stick for some reason. That is really, really odd. I don't know if it's the ink. I have distress ink there. I'll see why it wouldn't stick. Gotta be that distress ink. There it goes. Okay. I think we're going to be fine once I get that to stick. Just in that one area. And I know I did get a lot of ink there. Okay, now we'll turn this over. Same thing, but what I'm going to do is I'm just going to get a little bit of glue on these tips really fast first. Nothing perfect, they'll pretty much smear together before I now come all the way across here. Yeah, you have to kind of work fast with this glue. Smaller side will go over here. Like I said, mine should have probably been just a little bit longer. That will dry, so I'm not worried. That's the nice thing. You don't get this ugly, bright spot where your glue, if you get it there, if it dries, because it's made to be completely transparent under your glitter. There's the spine. It looks like I lucked out. It's going to be okay. Even though I did it kind of short. And then I can go back and just touch up if I have any of the little tippy things, because I don't want those to get, you know, torn when you grab it or something. So just make sure those are nice and flat depending on what cut you're using. And there you have that part of our cover. Okay, I started playing with the cover, and it definitely is a cover that needs the burlap. These are two of the cut aparts from this line. You need leaves, you gotta have the autumn leaves, but then the burlap, because this cover just screams burlap. And, you know, I just was playing, things weren't down, because the first thing I need to do is put down my button. And you want to choose one, I hope you can see this kind of rounded, because it's going to go down, and we're just going to glue the center, and then we have to let it dry, because when you do that, then you've got that room underneath there to wrap this string. So I want to pretty much see where the center is, and for this, I mean, there's a lot of different accents. Glossy accents I'm sure would hold. I don't know. I wouldn't do the hot glue, but I'm going to use E6000. So this is going to have to dry for a little while. So it can be drying, and you just want to put it in the center. Find your spot. Well, first of all, okay. Find your spot, and then just barely put it down because I only want that center. I don't want it squished all over my button. And then it gives me an idea. One thing I did too is I cut out this Autumn Days, and it was from the cut aparts, and it was actually a 4x6, and it was all these different words, thankful autumn days. So one thing I want to do with this is grab my bone folder. I know I want to give it a rounded look for my cover. And then when I put it down, see, I'll be able to give it somewhat of a, and I may attach it in the middle, give it some, you know what I mean, goodness, dimension. And for that, we will want to be using our hot glue gun. And it'll, once we get our hot glue gun out, and anywhere that you really want it to try and bend, just take your bone folder. And now I took 2 squares of burlap and just started pulling it apart. So that got a little crazy, but I want 2 because, or a bigger piece, I definitely want that to show. And like I said, these were the 2 cut aparts, and I did go ahead and bend up the edges. One will go behind the other. And I will be adhering down my leaves. And I don't want to mess that up. So I will decide, you know, where I want them to go. And I do have, this is a Bow Bunny flower that I have from some warehouse boxes that we had put together. That was a lot of fun. You may have gotten those in one of your boxes if you ordered. And then across the top here will be my Autumn Days. And I think that I am going to go ahead and let's make some flowers to go with this. And I'll just do it with my punch. I have some other pre-made flowers, but I decided I didn't want to use them. Because I want the flowers to match more of this line. So let me grab a couple of scraps that I can be using for our flowers. There's a couple of good ones. We can add probably some orange in there if I've got. Here we go. We've got the red, we've got the plaid, so we're good. And I'm actually going to just grab my 2 favorite for this one. I love to use these when I want a little bit more of an edgy feel, but oh, I forgot. When using them with the heavier paper, sometimes they like to give me fits. But we can get through it. What I do is I just hold it tightly together and help it get up there through the blade. Okay, let's just cut some flowers out, or punch. And if you have a die cut machine, gosh, anything will, you can even hand cut them if you choose. Let me get a few more small ones. There we go. And like I said, I want more of an edgy flower. I don't want a rounded, and I do want that pinched look. When we pinch it, then we get more of a, you're going to get a lot fuller of a look. Let's just keep going. Sorry, I did have to answer that. Someone was asking what time the class was tonight that we're doing live on Facebook. And those are really fun to do. Now I'm seeing, I know I probably don't want another big flower. And so I'll go ahead and use all of these. And what I'm going to do is have to stagger, because I don't think we need two big flowers. There we go. Now you're going to want your hot glue gun, your adhesive. And I just looked at this time, and I apologize. I think this is going to be a long tutorial. Okay, let's put some glue on the back side. Yeah, I did. I think we've got a pretty long tutorial. You'll have to just definitely scroll through, guys. Sometimes it's nice to have a tutorial going. It just gives you somebody to talk to. I know that sounds crazy. And you can make these as big, as full, as little as you want. And then I want one just for the center. And you can actually make, use a pre-made center. I'm just going to use this one. It has some green. And I'm going to just pinch those up. And I probably will eventually put a button center in the middle. And my flower is getting full. I'm not going to adhere these down on camera yet because I always, change my mind. Oh, that was the other thing I was going to tell you. Flowers are another great thing, and then you can actually wrap your twine as long as you're making a very firm flower using a good firm paper. And then let's make a couple of the smaller ones. Again, I'm just pinching my corners together. Don't think I want the blue side. Holding it and pinching it. So let me put these three together and see what I think. Again, I will stagger. Let's make one more smaller one. And I do like that green. It kind of breaks up all the oranges and yellows. There we go. Had a piece hanging off the edge. Of course, this is a smaller flower. And then we'll have our autumn days. And I'm actually going to try this with our art glue. It just means I'm going to have to hold it for a few minutes. And let's see our outcome here. So what we want to do now is just put some back there, just like the hot glue gun. I know I've shown this where you pinch it together. But I'm going to have to hold it, of course, longer than the hot glue gun. But it's kind of nice not to burn myself. So now putting it here at the end and then pushing it upward. There we go. So we get that ripple effect. I mean, I knew the glue would work. It would just means I have to hold it. Sure, we're down. Set it there to get you more. Look here, that one's too big. That one might still be too big. Still too big. I was just trying to prop it up here to give you an idea. So anyway, that just kind of gives you an idea of what, you know, I'm going to do with the cover. Here, closer. So you can see that the burlap will be sticking out. And then I'll have the autumn days. But I'm going to be honest with you. Knowing me, I'm going to play with it a little bit more. And I know you will too. Because, you know, I'm not 100% sure. I never am. Especially when it comes to the placement of flowers. And so I will be playing with mine, but that will give you an idea of, you know, what I'll be doing with the cover. And then when you go inside, you know, you can do the same thing. Make your flowers and start decorating your pages. And making your tags to go in. Just cut them to fit. So if you've never made them before, you know, just cut them till you're comfortable. And then I'll be using the cut aparts with the lines that are on my other 12 by 12 sheets. And I'll be using these for my cards to go on the inside. And just doing the decorating. And I know everybody has their own unique decorating, so I will do a final walkthrough when I'm completely done to show you what I came up with, and I'd love to see what you come up with. And I hope you enjoyed this tutorial. And then see, when my buttons dry, I will be able to wrap. And after it's completely dry, after it's completely decorated, I'm being very gentle, completely decorated, then I will cut my string off. So don't cut it until you've decorated the inside of your pages. And that is our fall mini album using, I want to get the paper for you, the name of it, using the new Autumn by CartaBella. And it'll be up on the website very soon. I'm hoping to get it up before the video loads. So thank you for watching. And like I said, if you're on Facebook, join us at Scrapbookers of Country Craft Creations so we can see what you made and to show us your creation using this tutorial. Even if you didn't use the fall paper, I would love to see it. Thanks for watching. Bye-bye.